Everything broke.
Hmm.
Hold on. Well, I'm not playing Dead by Daylight. Okay, that's one. Okay. I'm gonna show it once. Best intro ever.
Your evening will be nice and you can go and send me on my way. I said you're such a sweet young thing, why you do this to yourself? She looked at me and this is what she said. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free.
All right, Baghdad, time
Best
to wake
video
up.
game intro ever. Hi, Andy.
Full of
Your screen
opportunity.
is just black.
It's not mine.
Oh,
Oh,
I fixed it.
there we go. Of course, I refresh hers and all my sounds go off. What?
It is going amazing. How are you, Andy? Alright. I've only listened to it 30 times. It's opening the game. You can't hear me when I'm dancing? Well, because I was being quiet. Because, Mommy's not a very good singer. I'm supposed to speak to you. Oh, yeah? Hold on, baby. It says I accepted it, but it's not doing anything.
Try entering the game first.
Yeah.
Just press enter. I know the intro is
there we go.
extremely good.
Hi, Wicked.
Wicked! Are you doing more work on your game today, Andy?
Wicked.
I didn't do my intro. For those of you who don't know, my name is Crimson Pleasure. I run the asylum with Fonry. Welcome. I haven't had enough coffee to do this. I am a mom, I am a gamer, I'm a variety streamer, I'm a wife. Not always in that order. And a mental health advocate. Man, I fucked up my finger. And I'm here to help you forget about your bullshit for a couple of hours and learn to love your crazy. I haven't had enough coffee for anything.
Oh no, Wicked, what's wrong?
Is it a continuation from yesterday? Getting a lot of weird Twitter follows this morning. Like, I'm not mad. Because, one of them is a professional wrestler. And I was like, okay. Dude, I sorted the issue code-wise, and now I'm designing ships and backgrounds. Nice! It's exciting. Is this your first game, Andy? I'm gonna play it, right? I get to play it when you're done, right? See, I use coffee grounds with my Keurig this morning. Borderlands is trying to crash. And I'm not happy. Oh, Wicked's having a shitty day, and she said, I was asking her if it was a continuation from yesterday. I know she was having some issues yesterday. No, okay. Oh wait, no, it uncrashed. Good news.
Yay.
Good news, everyone. I fixed the poison slime pipes. Yeah, the place we were gonna move is not ready. Luckily, still renew or lease here without paying extra. Oh, that's good. Oh god, I have to mute everybody again.
Oh yeah.
Can't mute myself. What, baby?
Ooh. Okay, that class mod is pretty.
What? Baby, I
What was
can't hear
tempted to-
you.
What is it?
Can you go ask Andy?
+5 team health regen, +2 fast hand skill,
Mama's working.
+2 riotous remedy skill, +2
Okay.
swipe skill. That's
I mean-
survivor class mod for hunt.
That regen alone. We could
Well,
use.
currently I've got a plus for team health.
God.
Most of my money, and I'm buying it.
No, I've got a delay. Everybody else is FTL except for me because Restream is still having a problem that they haven't quite fixed yet, and I'm waiting.
It's some of my money back on the old one.
So I'm using a different multi-stream program. The most not ready. How not ready is it, Wicked? First since 2011, definitely working on the public demo. Nice. That's gotta be a pain in the ass.
Let's get our feet out of the dust.
Hold on, I'm having a problem.
Usually you wouldn't be able to get the vehicle.
Alright, I
types,
think
but
I've got to... I may have to restart the game.
Step right up.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I can't go, like, when I'm in the mouse is wrong. When I go into the thing, and I can't my mouse won't go below a certain point.
fair enough.
So-
I'll invite you back in when we restart.
Alright, let's quit the desktop.
Probably because you watched the intro so many times.
Yeah, it's probably like, well, you obviously don't want to play the goddamn game. Like a month not ready? Oh my god, that's terrible. I'm not paying gonna pay $9.50 to stay here another month for month to month and then deposit in 1 month rent there. Yeah, that's some bullshit. No, it's not the co-stream. It's I typically use Restream.io for because I'm multi-streaming. I also stream to Twitch and YouTube. And it's why is that up on my screen?
Not actually gonna go do anything.
I know.
Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
An error occurred. Game already running, but it's not. It's not Steam.
Steam's a liar.
Yeah. Anyway, so Restream is having an issue every time I try to connect to
It's not shiny.
their FTL. It would kick me back out, and there are select people that are having this issue. So they're aware of it. They're trying to figure out how to fix it, and they'll contact me when they do. But until then, I didn't want to lose the momentum, so I'm trying a program called Splitstream. I'm using a program called Splitstream, and it doesn't have FTL. It's RTMP. So I'm gonna have a delay over everybody else, which sucks. But and I can't use Caster because they changed that to a paid system. Great.
Oh.
I'm gonna say, do you see it? Because I see the chest
Yeah.
up there.
As soon as you parked there, I was like, oh, wait, what?
Funny.
Perhaps you can jump up over here?
Alright, invite when ready.
View lobby invite.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. Hi, Vonry. At least we can stay here as panic because I thought we weren't going to be able to renew, but thankfully we could, and that saved money. So at least it's that's on the good side. Yeah, at least there's some good coming out of it. No, I'm having the same issue. What is happening?
I have no idea.
Lucky.
Found it. It's back here. You have to go around the back.
Oh, that's what Daddy likes.
Daddy only likes me.
Ooh. Sniper
Oh.
rifles.
Oh wow!
I've never seen
Yeah.
anything
Look
Look
like
where it's
this.
put Crimson. Crimson.
What?
I see Crimson's tag
Oh,
all the
shit.
way over there.
What the hell? That's not good.
Well, if I need to buy something that I can't reach, you guys are just gonna have to buy it for me. That's what it comes down to.
Marginally better.
It's actually, this one's not better than what I've been using, so maybe Crimson wants it.
Yeah, that
Actually, just
sounds like a
beam.
big pain in the ass, Wicked. I'm sorry.
It
Oh, right,
does sound
you
like
can
a pain in the ass.
You can actually stand on top.
Oh, and now Crimson's down here.
Yep.
Yay!
What's that?
Hey, there's a chest down here we missed. Right there. Money! Give me the money. Thank you. So, we missed
How does
more down
one get
here?
up? Wait, how does one get up there?
You have to go around the other side. Go through the building.
If you're
and
facing the
to the
back
right.
door, go left and up the tires at the back.
Got it. Oh, jumped the wrong place. My sensitivity seems like it's up. I might have to change that.
Oh yeah, I forgot to warn you about those.
Let's trick out your ride.
What is going on?
It's okay, I'm alive still. I don't like the stupid flying one though.
Enough walking.
They all fly to some extent. Okay. Point. Yeah, there's another one over there somewhere.
What is going on?
No idea.
What's it doing now?
This is amazing.
Being weird. It's being really weird. Alright, that's more tolerable.
I mean, do I have no ass to my pants? Because every time I climb out of this incoming car,
gonna say we're gonna need to get good at blowing these things up.
Oh, they just ran me over.
I blew up my car.
Yes, you did. That one's a badass one. That was an explosion. I'm gonna pick you up. Here we go. I leveled up. No.
Ooh, that's pretty
Sniper rifle
crimson.
ammo.
I mean,
Or
I'll
his
pick
machine gun.
up anything that's purple.
Green.
Yeah, we're gonna need all of us over here actually.
Why is it still showing me there's a quest thing back there by Crimson?
It's showing me, so.
Is it gold?
No, it's green. It says
It
that
kind
two
of
breakers are
stumbled.
thrown, but it's not.
I'll check.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's
I've-
lots of stuff that wants to kill us here, so. Okay, that.
There's. I'm gonna get out of the car now.
Yeah, it's
Well,
even
then
though
blow it
it's even though it's still marked, I can't do anything with it, so it's just a bug. I thought me and Von Ree being here plus Lily were the only selling points you needed.
You like that?
Where are you going, badass raider? I just wanted to shoot you some more.
Oh,
Got whatever grenades I've got.
damn it. I forgot which key it is to do the thing. Thank you.
Do what, like?
Quit playing around.
Oh, you know why?
Grenade out. Oh, why didn't I go through the doorway?
Anyone need help?
That's better. Y'all get to see the difference between Crimson with keyboard and Crimson with controller. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, bitches.
Which button?
He's worried about really, like Ohio is so far away.
Now we have fast travel.
Yep. Oh. Everything's just spawned down below.
Oh, you're gonna what? I'm sorry, you're gonna what? You're gonna what?
Like I'm behind you. Following me and killing me.
Strip the flesh! Salt the wood!
Thank you.
In
Yep.
the ass.
And you leveled up, so that solved that.
Right.
What's the other quest that we've got? Oh. Okay. There.
There's no lake effect.
Whee.
It is warmer here. The winter, our winters really aren't that cold anymore. Thanks, global warming.
I haven't been here a lot.
JT's probably played this more than I have. I played the second one to no end. I actually played this a lot, but it's been like 15 years.
It's like markers over there, and I'm forward.
Tell him it only snows here 3 times a year. It's fine.
I don't.
Do we have to go through that tunnel over there or something?
Oh,
Hold on, I need to go get a car. It's
what does
nowhere
the
near
quest
you
say?
The quest says it's not in here.
guys. Godzilla.
I don't know how to get out of this.
Hey, let's get you rolling, man.
Hold on.
Let's get out of here.
So I'm probably there's some dudes off doing this. It's like, I know why I don't recognize this bit, because they usually just kill them all by accident. They're picking the thing I knew. It's alright, we do need to go in there, place the thing. Kaboom!
That's how you do that.
Are things gonna jump out and kill me when I place this?
Oh yeah.
Anything's
That's why you
possible.
want
I'll wait for you.
Now this is loot.
I'm coming. Go up there. Tell your brother-in-law that until the security company starts needing help to pick out their fabric, not gonna happen. Like, do you have a customer service
That just
position
sounds
you need
pleasant.
you need filled?
Run away!
Oh, aren't you pretty? Wait, what?
Oh no. No, Vonry doesn't do phone jobs. Oh, apparently you don't like getting shot in the ass. I can dig it.
Go on.
Need to find some ammo.
That was really funny. Flying. Oh no, I don't want to play with you. You can go away. I like how he takes more damage in the ass.
Out of ammo.
There we go.
Hey.
Look at this.
Purple sniper rifle.
This is amazing.
I apparently am full, like
Nice.
always.
Check that out.
It's time to stop picking up weights.
I see a health vial.
Doors over here.
Always
Yay!
forget that doors in this one. You know, the way in, it's just the way out. It always gets me.
Drop for the car over there.
Anyway. It's like, yeah, the way out's there, but the cars are over in a different area.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hi, Hippie Fox. How are you?
Hippie! How are you doing, Hippie?
Hi, Vonry.
Do 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 do. Do.
Never really had to come back up here to go back. I always thought it was down
But here, I can sell stuff.
Park and break. I'm doing okay. Playing some art. Can't wait for the new map to come July.
Oh yeah, I heard about the new map. I'm excited. So excited.
I guess I need to re-download it.
You won't regret it.
What do I got? Okay. Oh no. No, I don't like Jacob's guns.
If you need healing, step right up.
Does somebody want a purple before I sell it? It's only level 13 though.
No,
there. Oh, good.
Doing awesome! I'm doing mighty fine.
I technically now have 3 sniper.
I did delete a stuff. I did delete a lot. I have more stuff to delete too. Don't
Who
shoot
blew
at
up?
me. JT's mad, so he's trying to shoot me because I ran into him.
Ooh.
We're playing bumper cars now? I like bumper cars.
Why'd I bother getting out of
Guess
the
what?
car?
I know, right? No, I don't want to drive. I don't want to drive. Let me out.
That's enough for you. Switch seats with me.
I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. Don't let me drive.
Now we have choices rather than just
Ooh.
like one mission.
You have a server through Neutrado for Arc? Oh, sweet. That's awesome to be. I like Neutrado servers. They're nice.
Do you know why they're nice?
No.
Because they're owned by the people who made Ark and Atlas.
Ah.
That makes a lot of sense. I just always got Nitrado servers when I did Arc servers.
Can you pick where we're going? God damn it.
Nope. Never. Do you have any cool building mods on there, Hippie? Casts, keeps, and forts and stuff? Whee!
Oh, come on back.
You scared? You should be.
That's you? No. Oh,
Like,
get out.
what can I
Get
say?
out.
Oh no, Crimson's dying.
No, it's
I was
fine.
gonna go.
Don't rescue me, it's fine.
Okay. Is that it?
Attack.
Right, it's gonna be
Oh,
here.
I don't want to get run over. Don't run me over.
To be fair, just shooting it normally is probably far more effective.
Where'd it go? Oh.
It's over there.
Ooh! Oh, good thing I was between those rocks.
Come on.
Ah, be right here. Oh, that's not good. Nope, now I gotta run.
You know what?
No, just stay there.
Get it.
I was doing fine until the car came out.
Get in. There we go.
Thank you.
Hi.
I had it under control.
Uh-huh. Look how we're
What the
Ooh,
fuck?
There was another vehicle there.
Oh no!
Well,
wait.
they blew that vehicle up too, so.
I was like, I'm shooting, and I'm dead?
Yeah, if they run you over, it's an insta. Kind of like when we run them over.
Oh fuck!
I'll try and pick you up before we get run over. Yee.
I'm coming.
You found a corrosive weapon. Shots fired from these weapons have a chance of splattering acid on your target.
Drop for the psycho.
Acid eats the
No!
water and flushing in no time at all. And can spread to other nearby enemies.
Well, they're Jason Crimson.
They're
again.
always chasing Crimson.
I'm too hot for my own good. I can't help it.
It's good thing that one of the other quests we have is actually kill those things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to run away enough that my shield comes back.
Whoa! Who's blowing me up?
Did not mean to do that.
Oh, there's another car over here. I don't want to get our car blown up.
It's a good thing they collide with each other.
Right? Oh shit.
I'm being chased by 3 vehicles. That's not fair. Oh no, that's 3 bugs on this map.
Whew.
Hey, is Lucky only sending you on missions that, like, destroy my stuff? Seriously, I think it's bad guys and runners just so you can get on to blowing them up.
I mean, blowing this shit up is fun. Come
Oh
on.
no, this is all against AI.
Oh,
Oh shit!
well,
What the hell happened?
Got
Gablet.
blown the fuck up.
Me too.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
I was wanting. Oh wow, it brought us all the way back.
I need to stop
Yeah.
making poor life choices.
Let's get you rolling.
Incoming. Where is it? They're coming straight for you.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Hi, Buttercup. Watch out, he has a friend.
Hey, Buttercup.
Get out of your vehicle.
My vehicle's fine.
on
Your
fire.
vehicle's on fire.
See, it's getting better. Escadelia, turn around. See, it got
I
better.
feel like every time I get in a car, things blow up. How are you today, Buttercup? Yep, see, like, there's another car.
Woo-wee.
Turn around and shoot it then.
I don't want to shoot Crimson because she's right behind us.
We
No,
can't
I'm not.
damage.
Shoot him.
Oh.
Right, getting out before.
Yep.
You asshole.
Before that happened. I
Hey,
was
we
gonna
completed
get
a
you.
quest,
I
though.
didn't mean to hit the button.
Oh, he had you blow up some of my rides? Bandits or no, those were some pristine tail-getting machines.
Tailgating machines.
Uh-huh.
I see chest.
That
Under
doesn't
the
sound like
archway.
fun.
Ooh, that sounds awful. I could not do a liquid diet for a month. I would die. Why you gotta make more friends?
Because they can't get us up here.
Oh, shit, you made other friends.
Where is this valve?
Over here?
No, there's one where I am, too.
is going to wake a lot of these things up.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds pretty awful.
Well, hopefully whatever you have to do it for, it makes it better.
I don't know. I was looking for one of the valves that need to be closed, but I don't see anything here, so. Surgery on the 9th? Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, hi, Andy.
Andy!
Oh yeah, you make my dreams come
Okay,
true.
why? Oh, it's yours doing the numbers. I was like, why is mine doing weird numbers? It's not mine.
Also, your bot isn't a mod in your channel.
Interesting.
I've noticed. Or chose a few. My chat is
No,
not.
it is a mod. I just tried to do it. It says unmod. So I don't know why it's not showing up green. It must just be glitching because of the ghost stream. Because I know I was watching a ghost stream last night and some of their mods were glitching and not the right color. So
Hi, Andy McFly. How are you? Is this still lit up for me?
why? It's still on the map for me too. But oh Jesus fuck,
I'm coming to save you.
That happens way too easily.
it does.
You know what?
I'm not gonna get
It's
you
just
in time.
reasonable.
I'm not gonna. How's work, Andy?
Oh, is your break started? I couldn't remember if it was June or July.
Diabetes is out of control and you're by or having the bypass to correct many health issues and also have back surgery. It's a long process. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope that it all goes well and you start feeling better soon, honey.
I have hiatal hernia. It's a pain in the ass. Thankfully, mine's not bad though. Let's go.
That should move up. Okay.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out, bitch!
I mean, that works too.
Oh, I was trying to shoot JT.
There's a healing kit over here, JT.
Alright. Yay! That sucked. I was hoping I was gonna fly over it. That's not what happened.
Ooh.
I
Well,
was like, where are we going?
we live here now. And it's over here anyway.
I found a revolver body.
Yeah, that's another quest at the same.
Money! Give me the money. Why is this shiny green? Are we supposed to get inside there?
Mm-hmm.
hell did you two go?
Nowhere.
Doing this quest.
Money.
Stand by! Stand by over here!
Jump.
Stand by!
Manchun!
Jump.
Please! Stand
Hi,
by!
baby.
I'm Shun.
That works too. Crimson having fun over there blind stuff.
No, that's not me.
Okay, stuff's blowing up behind you now.
It's not a
Oh yeah, there's a car after.
And I'm down.
Kinda like that.
How's it going, Manchun?
We're coming for you.
I got ran over. I had no choice.
Oh. I thought you just got blown up.
Nope, they ran me over. Nothing I can do about that. Jerks.
What you doing, Manchun?
I remember this one was weird.
Mm-hmm. Good part. Find the damn thing. I like to hide them. Seem to remember the big one. Here, some. Not all the way.
I think I remember like doing a whole like jump sequence thing to try and get a thing, and then I was mad because that wasn't
got
in it.
one
Yeah,
that was up
we just
here that I had to
did
jump
this.
to.
We're gonna say we've got the valve that was behind there.
Yeah, we're just missing the revolver barrel. I don't see it.
So even I usually end up looking up where the hell they are. Because they're not really worth having, the weapons, when you've done it, but the XP's worth doing.
That did nothing. You're free! I think you're priceless, Andy.
I know where it is, I think. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot.
Great, now Ascadelia's trying to kill us.
Here somewhere. According to this video, it's like around here.
You mind.
I got the car stuck. Because the car for so
Can you hear it now?
You're
Amy?
welcome.
You didn't hear me shoot at all? That's very weird. Just me and my keys.
No game sound? That's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, the question of the day today is what makes you happy? That is today's topic. Tylenol right now makes me happy. Need some. Food makes me happy. Hi, adventure. Food makes me happy too.
Can you hear them now? Okay. My audio got weird on my OBS. Thank you, Indy. Okay, for serious though, where is this?
I'm gonna say it likes to randomize which parts and where. So if you've looked specifically for one part in one of the other spots.
Got it.
Where was it?
In a car.
I think over there.
Oh.
Weird. Yep.
Where's my car?
That I don't know the answer to. The top of my left hand is suddenly numb, and I don't like it. It feels weird. Top hand.
Are you about ready to get rolling?
Oh.
Okay then.
Crimson is a mom.
Let's get some wheels.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Enough walking.
Oh, this.
I ain't sure got you right now.
Let's get out of here.
What the hell?
Let's get you rolling.
Enough walking.
Thanks, bad boy. Welcome to the asylum.
I hear more, but I don't see them. Oh, they're inside.
Well, I'm not allowed to have a car anymore. Apparently the game thinks I am a terrible driver.
Are we ready? Oh, look at all the fun.
Let's get you rolling.
Let's get out of here.
I ain't sure got you right now.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the
Thank you so much for that host. Thank you.
You could probably spawn into Aka.
Get you rolling, man.
I mean, I can, but
Let me get you here.
I would like to know why I can't
There's
have my
just
own
a
car.
spawn thing here too. So
Die. Die.
Mommy, these games.
Oh, baby, what?
Some.
Oh, I see you back there, big boy. I'm coming for you.
Oh, hey,
That's
big
fire
boy.
growing. Isn't he pretty? Die. Yeah. Ooh.
Purple pistol.
I've never seen anything like this.
I hear more.
there's always
Yeah, they're
more.
trying to eat JJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome.
I mean,
Thank you for the
doesn't
host,
look
Ala. You can come say hi, everybody.
Whoa, whoa! That one's just. Hi, Lily.
No, that's not what you say. Oh. That's not nice. You say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
You remind everybody that if they spend embers, you get to pie mommy in the face.
I get a pie in the face.
Yeah, but they gotta spend embers for that to happen.
I get the pie in the face
Yeah.
today.
No.
Why do I get
She's
the
like, right
pie
now, right?
Well, if they spend 5,000 embers in mommy's channel, then you're gonna pie me in the face.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I am. I'm talking to you.
Tell you what. I know one of these is a lot closer. Yeah,
There we
Let's
go.
get some wheels.
that one starts right round the corner.
Cool.
Means killing a lot of these things. Mostly just running them over, to be fair.
Okay. You run them over, I'll just sit here then. What?
Bloop.
Where'd they all go? Hi, Peppy. Yeah.
Oh, the
No, I'm not singing the Penelope song.
Yay!
Cause Von. Sorry.
Way to go. Okay, I didn't want to be in there anyway.
Oh, I got in Crimson Gap. I didn't mean to do that. I was
That
trying
was
to right back at her.
Hey, I was trying to pick up an artifact.
That was
Oh, I did-
hilarious.
It's probably not even my thing.
What is attacking
Yeah,
me? I
it's
can't touch you
actually a
yet.
siren. It's actually a siren one. Yeah, read the review too.
Hey, Peppy.
Maniacal
You
laugh.
little one. Ow! And Crimson got blown up again.
Can you get me another? Oh, you know what? Can you give me a favor? Can you get me 2 sandwiches, please? That way, Von, you can have one.
Ding.
Thank you. Yes, please. And an extra large coffee. I'm gonna need it. And then just tell me how much I owe you.
This is amazing.
I'll take that.
Oh,
You
where
got
am I?
beef? Huh? You got beef?
That's choice.
Potentially shoot gun.
Is that better with this? Sorry. No! Well,
Alright, guys. Come on.
yeah.
Come down here.
Maybe.
Come on. Okay, we're reviving somebody.
You're reviving me. Hooray! Thank you.
Attention next time.
Steam,
I
I'm
sliced
sorry.
this into
It's
the chip of my
I'm
back.
using a new system. I'm using split stream instead of restream because restream's a little broken for me right now, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. So, yay for embers! All right, guys, I only need 4,950 embers today. I believe in you. You can do this. Everybody wants to see Lily pie me in the face.
Point to spend. Point spent.
Oh, I need to like kill one thing,
Just one.
and then I will
That
let
level
go.
up.
What good is a gun that doesn't shoot where you point? Get a gun that's as accurate as you are.
About 2 bars from level.
Yay! There's my level. Thank you. Let's spit that healing. I can't spend
Oh.
0.1 in the car.
That was explosive.
I think it was a bursting one that I should
That was rude. Get off me.
reloading.
Thank you.
It's almost as if they know that you blow stuff, like blow your cars and stuff up, because you can get out that way.
I like how that one like flew away from the grenade, like it knew. Call bullshit. Bugs should not
Yeah.
know.
I think it was just chance that it took off when I'd thrown it. 2 more to kill. I mean, there's going to be more in existence, but the quest. Hooray!
Alright. Who wants to ride back?
Now this is loot.
See, and now
I'll take my turn. I'll survive maybe in the Crimson Mobile. We'll see.
I mean, that's a big ass maybe.
There's also a jump right here as well. Like,
Oh no, we're on fire.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's all good.
It's fine. JT makes the car being on fire a bigger deal than it is. See, not on fire anymore. That's right, you don't talk to strangers. Well, you can say hi to
Fuel
strangers.
tank.
But only when mommy's around.
Mommy, we don't talk to strangers.
Okay, y'all, we can't say hi to strangers.
Stranger danger. There's a chest on top of this building.
Yes, there is. You think you're so funny.
Yep.
Get out of here and show me to my face. Ha! Can't shoot me now.
Let me up. Jump.
You get out of my car, JT.
Nope.
Look at all this stuff. This is amazing.
There's a level 22 solid gamble. I don't know what that is.
What does it say it is? What does it look like?
It looks like a sniper rifle, but it doesn't say sniper.
Doesn't
But it's
look
got like
a bitch.
325 points of damage.
Sounds like a snipe.
1.5 times weapon zoom. Yeah, it's the level 22.
You mind?
You guys are. Well, I guess we're all
No, I
21.
don't mind it.
Yes, and his philosophy is
One of you want it?
ammo capacity equals
There's
highway.
one's
it.
closer to the building over here.
I need ammo.
There's some ammo up here. I don't know if it's what you need.
Gameplay. Okay, they're in the end.
Take the T1.
Yeah, that's just. My grandma. Connect. Hello. We have a tank to blow up.
Ammo.
Torque combines good damage, high fire rate, and
There
recoil
it is.
reduction ever.
Whee!
At a great price.
SMG, yeah.
So my friend that I'm gonna go see after stream, is
Oh,
oh shit.
What'd y'all do?
Ouchie. We made lots of not good friends.
Story of my life. Just kidding.
I just found out after like years of knowing her, gets anxiety the morning after drinking.
That's weird.
So she takes a Xanax nap. It's like she just texted me. She's like, "I'm gonna nap now. We'll go to the gym when you get here." Okay.
we're not a long way away then. Being attacked by everything else.
Oh my god, die. Thank you.
Have a grenade.
Vonry.
Reloading.
Sorry, Mommy, I gotta go potty first.
Okay, go potty first.
Another psycho.
Are you in need of assistance?
I've never
Yeah.
seen anything like this.
I ordered you a breakfast sandwich.
What kind of breakfast?
Det är spelning
I asked
by the
Ace to pick us
first
up
badass
too.
psycho.
So that's a no. You got it handled. You don't need a system.
I'm more curious as to why you're not with us.
I went to go get some ammo.
Really? I'm out of ammo. Okay, I gotcha. I'm out of ammo in that gun. I got it.
See, because I was out of ammo.
I'm apparently out of ammo in that gun as well. Okay, I have some in this one.
You're welcome. You can come get a breakfast sandwich, Manchun. Hell, Manchun, you ever come to visit, we'll go to breakfast. No cheap Dunkin' Donuts for you. We'll go to breakfast. Here I come to save the day.
Die. Thank you.
Dunkin' Go Nuts. Can we call it Dunkin' Go Nuts from now on? Yeah? Of course I can wipe your butt, my love. Can y'all just protect me for a second?
Maybe.
Depends how far away you are.
Right?
Ah, she's right here.
Ooh, there's another one.
Here's ammo. Over.
Okay, I needed ammo. That's what you call true love. Okay, Whisper, I love you. Bye. Sorry, I can't shoot and read whispers at the same time. It doesn't work well.
We could probably leave and she'd still be safe.
I mean, you say that, but then it's all gonna respawn.
Yeah, probably.
So I'm being taken to what I've been told is the best tequila bar in the city later for shots and what is the most amazing peach margarita I will ever have, I've been told. They said the cucumber margarita is really good to you, but I don't really like cucumbers, so I ain't trying it. When I saw them on Monday, Julie tried to make a bet with me for who would pay for the drinks at the tequila bar. But we were both off by like 1. So I was like, oh, nobody wins, nobody has to pay. By our own. She's like, yeah, we're gonna order a shot and a margarita and split it. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
But she's making me go to the gym before I can have a margarita. I'm like, really? I don't even know if I can do anything because my leg is so kaplucked. I think Crimson got lost. Let's get drunk! Yay! I like the unicorn. That's awesome.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Hi, JT.
Technically Crimson.
I just don't. We're going to the 572 thing.
Yeah, that's a hand in nothing. Where's that? Closer. Take that instead. And there's as far to go either way.
I'll ask you to, you don't want to ride?
I'll get in. Sure, why not? I get blown up enough as it is.
Ready? Catch a ride!
No touchy.
I'm just gonna run.
Well, you're about to run into all this crap that we just
right.
left.
Right past it.
Here, I'll go get JT.
Both gone straight past it.
Past what? I went to the mark.
You went to the wrong.
This is where it's you.
No.
What?
Well, it
So
didn't
big.
change up here. Come back in the car. Get back in the car. JT has no idea what he's doing.
If anybody wants to look at my screen, you can quite
But
clearly
nobody cares about your screen. It's our screen that matters.
Run him over, run him over. Yeah, suck a lot of that blood. And then Crimson almost died.
Get out of the car. Crimson always almost dies. That's not new.
see. Grenade.
You fucking die.
I like my grenade.
Over it. 2 more incoming. No, they're just they're just dancing. They're just dancing.
Get it.
Get it.
You need to die now. Thank you. Who's shooting me? Not nice.
Time to die!
I like how that gun fell down in the middle where we totally can't get it.
Ready?
You sure?
I'm never sure of anything.
I'm sure we're gonna die.
Yeah, probably. It's that kind of place.
Thank you, Von Ree, for filling up those blood banks. Remember, only you can get Lily to fight you. And
16 level 20. Level 21 gun apparently.
I love it when you can electrocute them and you see their skull.
Ooh, there's stuff under here.
All the money that everything that I'm getting from the Emperor's program is going to Lily's 5th birthday to take her to Bippity Boppity Boutique in Disney World for her 5th birthday.
Did you know that they have the adult boutique now?
Mm-hmm.
For getting, you can be like a villain and stuff. You can get turned into a villain. I was like, what?
I can be a villain!
Yeah,
I can finally.
Isn't that, like, super amazing.
That is amazing. I can finally embrace my inner everything.
I would, but you don't have a bullet machine. You only have a gun machine. Fuck you.
Ladov, you don't need to be a better shot. You just need to shoot more bullets.
See how much more random. Other than
Oh, statue.
statue.
Oi. I don't think moving
Statues.
is good. Moving's bad. Oh shit. The fuck are you? Get off me.
Wish I had grenades right now. That's one dead.
Run away, run away.
Yep.
You dead.
So big. So
Yay.
I picked up something for you, J2.
FSS. Ooh, pair of snipers.
Drop.
Oh,
JT.
sniper.
Artifact for you.
There's a sniper and a rifle in there. Oh, it's just class. Normal class.
I'll take the rifle. I don't want a sniper. I is not sniper person.
Hi, sniper.
Yeah, I would definitely look at it and save up to be made into a villain for the day. Be like Maleficent for the day.
Oh my god, that'd be so amazing.
But Harry Potter, Universal Studios is where my money is going to go, if I have any.
I understand. Harry Potter's awesome.
Harry Potter is awesome. I've wanted to go since I knew about it.
Me too.
I was gonna say, you can bring back up with us, or you...
I was
Well,
running, but apparently you guys didn't want to wait for me. You fuckhead.
That was me.
I'll send it back down.
Okay.
I was coming up to get the money. I jumped off halfway to get the money. See, we came back. Yeah, don't start with me. Don't start with me! There was 2 money vaults halfway up on this platform. Do 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 do. Oh, I parked my car over here.
Honestly, I thought your car got blown up.
Nope.
Dead from Bruiser.
Well, shit, look at that.
Woot. It's amazing how much no work you can do from a chat program and people think your work is you're working if you just respond.
You probably just got a couple weapons from Animal. Those questions.
I got a rocket launcher, a revolver, and a SMG. Anybody want?
I took
The
today
rocket
off
launcher is
without
like
taking the day off. Oh, without taking the day off. Ah.
Anybody?
What?
I probably just got the same. RPG-20 still rocket launcher?
RPG 16.
I got an RPG 11.
Scoped rocket launcher.
Just give us all different things.
Did that You can have. I'll make you some coffee, Manchu. Did that whole thing get
I'll make you
fixed?
coffee.
Did the whole chat program or the whole software issue get fixed?
Oh, finally, a decent level flipping shot.
That's 85.
Revolver.
Oh, jeez, Manchu. Make sure you get some rest, man.
Oh. That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Manchu's been working so much the past few days. It's awful.
Uh-huh. Oh, 85.
Timer on that's 2.
Supposed. Alright. Well, I hope it gets started soon, Manchu.
And you too can see what it feels like to hold the power of the gods in your hands.
Wrong car, JT.
Boy, you better get out of my car.
Tempted to go park it elsewhere. I will be honest.
I'm watching you. Look, I don't need you fucking with me for me to have forgotten where things are, okay? I can do that all on my own.
There's only one quest to do.
Okay, this Mad Mel guy, I know him.
It's
He's
probably
the
a
one
bot.
stealing all my runners and putting them in the hands of these jagoffs.
Wonder
Hey, you
what
say
level
hello
he'll
to
be.
Scooter. And by that I mean you just go murder the crap out of him, alright?
I
Yeah, it's
remember
this one.
quest. It's been. Okay.
Yeah, I saw her get out, and so I thought that we were staff.
Nope.
No,
Never mind.
you could.
Cars anyway. Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
I got this nifty rocket launcher.
Oh wow. You remember that sniper that you told me to pick up?
Uh-huh.
Reload on it is forever. And it does pretty damage.
Sorry, JT.
Psycho on you. I'm trying to get him. There we go.
Oh, you ran him over. That's fine. It's in my car. I was using my car
said
as
sorry. I said sorry.
It's gonna buy my car and level up.
Oh, shit.
Because that's the thing.
Yeah! Yeah! Come meet your maker.
That's my face. That's my base again. There's one outright that's got like no health.
I know, I was trying to kill it.
I can't even see it right now. It's just outside, I think.
Yeah.
Good.
No! Got him.
Ow.
Hey, Ruin!
Hi, Shadow Ruin! How are you?
You better fuck off.
Oh no! No!
Coming. I don't know. Nope.
Use all my ammo.
Oh shit.
Well, who friggin' robbed? Matt Mellon's gone, bless this worthless piece of crap soul. You've become quite the little go-getter out there. Drop by my shop and you get to New Haven. I'd quite like to meet you in person.
I can't believe Lady Joe just unfollowed me.
Oh. Yes, it was a boss fight.
Oh, well. Did you fire that rocket launcher in the downwards kind of direction?
What do you mean?
Kind of stuck.
Oh. Apparently, that's not gonna help us.
No. I can respawn it. But, hello.
I am now underneath that. Okay, there we go.
Do.
It's funny because I never actually thought that message would actually go out during a stream. That's hilarious.
Oh, I don't care who unfollows me. It's whatever.
Oh no, I just did it to be funny.
Ah. Hey, Lady Joe.
Hey, little guy. Little robot.
It's a claptrap.
Proof of Mad Mel's demise. Claptraps everywhere will rejoice. Please wait
People
while I
rejoice.
enable access
Hooray!
to New Haven.
So JT beats Claptrap.
Yep.
JT hates claptrap. It's gone amazing. How
I
is
hate
your
him
Friday
until
going?
you can play him in the pre-sequel. And then that's the only character I play.
That's funny, actually.
You'll discover why when we get to the pre-sequel, which might take a little while.
Yeah, I still have to buy.
We got a ways to go.
Yep.
No complaints. That's good.
Probably,
But
I don't know, quarter into
there's
the game,
rumor
so.
that the big summer sale on Steam starts in 4 days.
Ooh.
So if it goes on sale, Crimson, I will get it for us.
Yay! Yeah, the only other one is the Borderlands Tales from the
Yeah.
Borderlands.
But that's not a multiplayer.
Listen to this, mind dwellers. Skipping all
Stick upgrade.
Rude.
a lot of you. I have concluded that the vault is more than likely genuine. In addition to that fact, which has probably burned a hole in your brain, the vault can only be
Yes, I love
opened
Borderlands.
every 2 centuries.
No, apparently I turned on the rooftop power.
Oh.
I was looking for chest and it was green and shiny, and so I touched it. I touch all the shinies.
Generally how this can go.
Yay, my brother lives. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Look, it's as big as my head. Thank you.
I will.
You got an extra one for Anna?
5 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Nim is happy. Nim got kitty pet.
Yeah. Did you say thank you, Andy?
You're welcome, Lily.
Nymeria always loves the pets.
Oh, that's another claptrap. There's actually quite a few here.
Oh, this is the last area, isn't it?
Yes, no.
So, in other
1, 2,
words,
5 kills.
Steam wants my paycheck in 4 days? Exactly.
Yeah, pretty
Sounds
much.
about right.
It was funny in the article. People were like, last year it was pretty accurate as to when, you know, the Steam sale was going to come out, and people had time to bury their money. Those of you that didn't, I'm sorry.
It is as big as my head. This, I love it.
Oh yeah, we now have the 4th slot for your guns now, by the way.
The only problem is that the coffee stays really like too hot to drink much longer.
So it's a gun shop around here. Somewhere.
I would like a bullet shop. Is there one of those?
Oh, more than likely. I don't remember where they all are.
I found the health.
Every exclamation mark you see here is or quest given.
I see dead people. At least they look dead.
Man, I hate this place.
It's really hard to tell here.
Piata. So. I'm tempted by that, and also not level 24.
This place is a maze.
Yep.
I might be lost.
You probably are.
That's about right.
Ooh, cold brew. Cold brew is good.
I don't know. No. No. Cold coffee is sacrilege. Sorry.
I like cold coffee.
Now that's fine. If you guys want to drink it, that's fine. But when people offer me cold coffee, I'm so offended.
Wait. There's actually Marcus. I forgot he was actually. Go pick up all the quests, but I don't know.
I'm trying to look for all the loot. There's a lot of hidden
Right?
loot
I'm
here.
like, I'm just looking for the shiny green stuff.
As I put my Friday the 13th shirt on today, I was like, maybe I'll play that game again. And my brain went, why? So you can remember that you hate it? And decide to never do that again? I've been on a cold brew quickly. I see it as more for me, and that's my reaction to being offered coffee overpowered with cream and sugar. I don't like heavy cream and sugar, but I do like cream and sugar. How'd you get here, Zed?
Is there something you need?
The same way we did.
You know what you need to know.
Maybe you won't catch me later. You never freaking know.
Whose arm is this?
Are you talking about in the hospital on the
Yeah.
floor?
No, there's one on a
Yeah.
gurney. There's just an arm on a gurney. With a guy on the same gurney who has 2 arms. I see the repair kit. I see how to get up there too.
Alright, there's so much loot here.
I thought I saw how to get up there.
Hi.
You kiss my ass, JT. I am talking about the kind I used to make people... Oh yeah, no, that's too much. Even like when people order extra cream and extra sugar, and I'm like, what's the point?
I never did find an ammo thing. Did I miss it?
Maybe.
Yo, you missed it. Inside.
Yeah, we loved the game when it first came out, but it got really old really quick. Me and Vine replayed it a lot.
In here.
Ah, thank you.
And at first it was really good, but then it was like the same thing all the time, and the people kept getting worse and worse and worse, and it was like, back to Dead by Daylight. Because at first it was like, Dead by Daylight's repetitive, and then like we walked away going Friday the 13th going, we didn't understand what repetitive was. That's repetitive.
Here.
But the worst part, there's more people in Friday the 13th, so there's more room for people to be assholes.
This is true.
Like the people who will run you over with the car if you're standing in the road. At least they took out the ability to kill other people unless you run them over.
I mean, that is helpful, but still, people run you over all the fucking time.
Okay.
Well, there are plenty of people who drink tea just because they like tea.
I like tea.
Hi.
Anna likes
me
tea.
over here.
And JT and Ascadelia, they drink tea too. Yeah. And you have what? I can't hear you. Your game's too loud. Oh. Can you have some tea?
Yeah.
I don't have any tea for you.
That's true, Vondry.
No, we have tea downstairs.
You can ask Andy for some daddy's tea. I'll let you have 1 cup of daddy's tea today. Okay.
Actually, Drake Crimson in her vehicle this time.
What? She was actually in.
Oh, and then, you have to wait. Like, at Dead by Daylight, if you die, that's it, you're good. Like, you can go. But in Friday the 13th,
yeah, you have to sit around.
you have to wait until the match is completely finished. Which has sucked because there have been times that I've been the last person alive and I've been hidden for like 9 minutes. So everybody's watching me for 9 minutes. Yes, that was my tiny human. Ruin, we need to play some DBD.
Wait.
You have it on Xbox, right?
thought Ruin only played on PC. I could be wrong.
Damn it! I was about to ram the back of your car. Oh,
Yeah, if you leave an F-13, you don't get your experience points, which is so stupid.
It is very stupid.
We're technically going all the way back to the start.
Are
to
we
check on-
really?
I woke up late. My medication's all fucked up today.
Going to check on one of the characters. Because everybody left him behind.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ruin has it on PC.
Oh, you have it on PC? Nice.
And I need to get a controller, and then I can play it.
I need a new...
Because for some reason, I cannot do skill checks with the mouse and keyboard. I fail them so hard.
I adapted to switching. This game I can't play with mouse and keyboard, but this one wasn't meant to be played with mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, see, I can play all these mouse and keyboard easy. It's just Dead by Daylight. I can't. Oh, why? What?
TK's dead.
Oh. Well. That sucks. Sorry, dude.
Sucks to be you.
Okay.
I hear a Psycho.
La 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 la. Another mod for me.
No, get off me! Ow! What just happened? Oh, I see. He's on the other side of the fence and I didn't see him. That explains a lot. Thank you. Yes. I totally need to watch you play my time at Porsche. I'm super interested in that.
Really?
I didn't mean to.
I can't even flip it.
Wait, hold on. Let's see if I... So many things are going wrong. Hey! That flipped your car!
Mm-hmm.
Shut up. I didn't mean to. I ended up in the garden.
Check on the rest of the quests, see if there's any here. That seems to be here, I think.
I don't know, my mini map is gone. Yeah, it looks
there's
like it.
some
So.
things that they still need to fix, and I think it's not going to get fixed.
It's okay. My mini map is back. Like, it's just great.
Well, that was my own fault. Oh, hey. My mini-map is broken again.
We were just talking about that.
Oh! Giant rack.
Yep.
Giant rack.
You didn't get it by the name Mothrack?
Mothrack.
Where are you?
I just tried throwing a grenade at it. Didn't really work very well.
Get out of the car, we got shit to do. Get out of the car!
Where did it go?
It's right above
In the sky.
Oh, it disappeared for me for a second.
I did go behind some rocks.
I just want to kill you. You just fall out of the sky.
Oh,
You talk about Monster Hunter Break, and I'm like, you really gotta skin it.
You have no health left. Just die.
oh.
Thanks.
What is happening? It took forever to fall. That was funny.
I don't know what's going on.
Huh.
No clue.
Gonna have to lurk for now. Gotta finish getting ready for work. Bye, Ruin. Have a good day at work.
Don't work too hard.
The rest of these quests take us out, like back to where we were, and then through one of the other places there.
Bullseye. Thank you, Vonray. Vonray loves throwing embers at my face.
She does.
Oh. You say thank you?
There's Crimson always getting in the way.
You know what? I'm gonna run your car over again. Come here. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody asked earlier what kind of breakfast sandwich. It's sausage, egg, and cheese croissant.
That's so good. And that was me.
I figured. As soon as I was like someone, and my brain went, that was Ascadelia. Well, we already said it now, so.
All the burning things. You don't want to take the car? Or?
I jumped out for some reason. I don't know why.
I mean, I was still in it, so I'll still go.
JT is suddenly like, fuck this car.
This car's not good enough. No, my world is not. There we go. Okay, I was like, I'm in the sky. I'm no longer in the sky. There's a ball.
Shh. Fine.
I got no idea when the water's gonna come back on, dude.
Is there no end to my power?
Someone send it in over there.
You holler when you need me, alright?
I don't want to wait my turn.
Is there no end to my power?
I want a magic door that spews out treasure. That sounds amazing.
There we go.
Tell you what, I'm gonna need to BRB real.
Alright.
Okay.
I will take this as a breakfast break.
Yay, breakfast.
Actually, lunch. It doesn't matter.
I mean, if you didn't eat breakfast, you could still be called breakfast.
I did, like, scarf down a bowl of cereal as quickly as possible. Which is a feat.
Mm-hmm.
No! No guinea pigs. I have an aversion to guinea pigs. Guinea pigs and what's the other? Hamsters. Nope. You want a ferret? I'm down for a ferret.
No, ferrets are dirty. Don't like them. They smell all the time. When I was like, gosh, probably in like 1st grade, I was in Girl Scouts, and we went to the very first time we went to the Girl Scout leader's house. They had hamsters, and they let me hold one, and the fucker bit me. Gushed blood everywhere. It's great.
There's some aversion. I don't know what it is. I just don't like guinea pigs or hamsters.
I don't like guinea pigs either. They're smelly too.
Oh, somebody called me one of their heroes, and I was like, how?
That's awesome.
You need therapy. Alright, what else?
I don't have time to just stand here.
Okay. I have memories to look back on today. Let's see if that's true.
And back.
Welcome back.
Like, they are adorable. It's one of those things where I don't understand why I'm not a fan. We had cats and dogs. I had mice. And that was it.
I had hamsters, cats, dogs. My sister had a guinea pig. I didn't like it.
Daily odd compliment. I shared this a couple weeks ago. Do you know what's awesome? The top of blueberry muffins. Also your face.
You know, I've had a blueberry muffin in like forever. Those are delicious.
Yeah, great view or whatever. Let's move, please.
Aww. Mice are adorable. Here, I'll show you guys an adorable picture. That is Vel, and that is Lily, a couple months old. So, that showed up on my timeline.
Come on in. I ain't gonna buy it, probably.
She had rats. Rats are cute. Rats concern me sometimes. But I got bit after I got bit by one of my mice. I was like, well, scared of getting bit again. I've always wanted ferrets though. Vel said they're more likely to bite than anything else.
Ferrets are mean.
Well, looks like you fit right in.
You don't make it to the sequel. Actually, do you? No. Does she?
Don't give spoilers.
There are
Yeah.
more important things to do here than chase after some
Don't spoil it for
fairy
me,
tale.
Crimson.
The vault is not real.
I was just trying to remember
That
if she
is
made
funny.
it to the sequel. Time to roll out.
Yep, time to go shoot stuff.
I turned it off. Does anybody know how Hardcore Casuals did? Did they make their goal?
No idea. Apparently, we have to walk from here.
I think so. Yep. They're throwing grenades.
Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Thank you, Vonry.
Where is it?
What's up, baby butt? What hurts? What hurts, baby? Your foot hurts? What happened?
I bumped into Andy's bed, and it really Oh, for Andy, what happened?
Why don't you go ask Andy what happened? Mommy's working.
Some health. Like my pet.
Ask Andy to look at your foot if it hurts, baby. Make sure you don't have a boo-boo. You don't get to call me a bitch. I'm trying to run away from the fire, and I am on fire.
That's not good.
Now this is loot.
Just a He has pistols and full though. I forgot to sell again. I don't do that very often. Ooh, this is actually
I want the chest.
this is actually a good shield over there.
It's revolvers and repeaters over here. They're low level.
I had a train of midgets on my butt. All up on my butt.
They just want to touch you the butt.
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't though. Like, I understand I got a nice butt, but I really wish you wouldn't. Could you not? Look at that face! That's my baby butt. I know too many games this weekend.
So we've got 2 quests here. I don't know what the other one is.
Hey, it's the stuff of Bonry's nightmares.
Spider and
Anything that has spider in the name is the stuff of Bonry's nightmares. I was thinking of if whenever I have time, picking some of my patrons and writing a war story about one of them. Maybe. Speaking of Bonry and stuff of her nightmares.
And welcome to the greatest show on earth.
Thank you. Oh, hi, Channel Zero.
What's up, Channel Zero?
How's it going? I was like, things are shooting stuff out of their butts. Who posted me?
apparently it, guess what?
What?
Take a butt?
Another claptrap.
Hi, Claptrap. You poor thing, you.
Oh my god, someone!
Hey, Vinny!
Hi, Vinny!
What, baby? Yes, I'm saying hi to Vinny. You okay? I didn't say you had to. Nope, didn't throw high enough. There is a way up there.
It's over here.
Doot 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 doot.
Nice.
Doot.
Check that out.
Break already. Break.
We don't need any.
Oh. Well, I wasn't paying attention.
I believe we don't. Yeah, we don't. Find the repair kit plus do.
Yeah, I know, Allie.
No.
I tried to upload some images and they didn't upload, and I don't know why. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, they decided they were going to, like, I was like, alright, fine. So I took all the images down, and now they work. And I was like, really? Now it shows you that there's no image, and I'm like, this is my life. This is my life. So I just haven't gone back and fixed them yet. But thank you for pointing that out. I was so mad. I got some pretty things and I uploaded them, but nothing. Just absolutely nothing. Thank you. Really? We're gonna play that how many times can JT revive? Well, thank you. It's you were the first person to actually well, no, Vonry mentioned it, but you're the second person to mention it.
Pointing it out as being up there.
Yes.
So,
So, how do you get up there?
you could try.
Yeah, I was like, there's gotta be a way further down that'll get you up there.
No.
No. Come on. Like, it's gotta be able to jump from there.
Get lost.
There we go.
Fair enough. Wait.
Oh, and then I fell down.
Okay.
All the fail right now. I can jump.
I forgot, you can't run and jump.
It's okay. GT made it. Yay.
So what's the other? What's that? Because that's in here as well.
Yeah, I see it.
Yes, baby.
They're both near as far. You're gonna run into Claptrap just as I.
Hi, boys and girls. Lily wants to be a YouTube star so bad.
Yeah, so this is my mommy
Yeah, it's the Claptrap turning.
I don't know if y'all can hear this. This is my mommy, Margot, and she's 4 years old.
Aww.
Am I leaking? Actually, hello, Elmo. Oh.
Oh, I was expecting him to expecting him to go and open a thing for us.
But no
Maybe
such
don't yell at
luck.
Omo.
Just admiring the scenery.
Hey Crimson, you should totally sell right here.
I totally should sell. Because I can keep complaining about having no space.
Why did you?
I saw that.
Did we what?
Why
It's like,
did...
why are we going out? We still got a quest to do.
We do?
Because when you hand that quest in, as in you fix Claptrap, it tells you to go back to Tannis immediately.
Oh.
Even though I didn't have that quest selected. Some things in this game still don't work right.
I'm not surprised. How old is this game now?
Old, but this is the master.
I was sitting on 2 storage deck upgrades. Oh! 202.
In a world of no guarantees, you can always count on Marcus Club.
Well, I don't know what you've done, but I don't think you should be doing it. Ah.
We have to kill King Wee Wee. Go kill the Wee Wee man.
Oh, I hate pistols. 80s hype!
Don't forget, you guys, if you follow one of us, follow the rest of us.
Yay!
Or them. If you follow me, follow them, because they're awesome. So much fun.
Thank you, Vonry. Thank you for raining embers down on my face.
Huh? Did you say hi to
I'll come save you.
What?
Did you say hi?
No, I didn't say hi to Henry.
Did you say hi?
I didn't say Henry.
Oh, more bruisers. No. Oh, don't do that. Don't
I
take
didn't
away
say
my
Henry.
shield, it's rude.
I didn't say
Hi.
Henry. I promise. I don't know what I want there, but I don't want that there, so I already have one.
So many bruisers. Die, bruisers. Die.
King Wee Wee, that is exactly what she said.
Make sure it's you.
Yep. I did indeed say King Wee Wee. Because it makes me laugh.
Oh, well.
I'll save you. I mean, probably not, but I'll try.
I got them.
Yes, and if we
Thank
hit our
You're
5,000 spark goal for this week, my 4-year-old gets to pie me in the face. And you know you want that to happen. And it goes on YouTube, so you can watch it over and over again.
Oh yeah, well, hey, hey.
Nothing like a challenging kill.
What is this noise?
Damn.
Told you from last month.
Oh, that's what that noise was. One of those fiery thingies.
It's like, why am I on fire?
Because it thought you were pretty.
I mean, I am pretty and I appreciate it.
Don't. Okay.
Don't what?
Don't follow me. I fell down.
Well, I think that's the way we're supposed to go.
Too late.
Not entirely sure. It's a bit confusing just there.
You said too late.
Vinny, your dad jokes are just now. Belle is in a different state. This is a dad joke free zone. FYI. Rock?
Wait.
You know what? No, can't. Do it. It's like, is there like just a weird way of getting across there?
I don't know either of you where
Found
those are done.
enemies this way, so maybe this way?
Probably.
Can't go that way.
No, Psycho.
Do-do-do-do.
No, get away.
Thank you, Mass.
Die, please. Yay.
You're subbing to me on Patreon? That's amazing, Penny. I appreciate that.
That is amazing.
Hi, Booster Girls.
Awesome sauce.
Welcome back to my challenge.
Yeah, Borderlands is one of my favorites. It's 2 more than 1. I think 2 is the best of them. I actually didn't get through the pre-sequel. That's alright, Ella. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Borderlands 2 was the best. I couldn't get into the pre-sequel. I tried very hard.
King Wee! I like it ground. Yeah.
I think it's running away from my grenades. No, it didn't get explode on him.
Hey, Lady Dragoness!
Yay.
Yay.
Problems.
What's in here?
Chest.
Genius.
Pistols. Meh. Meh. I don't use pistols. Meh.
Fair enough. I'm almost level 23. Isn't 30 the cap in this? It's been so long. I'm not entirely sure. Because there was a DLC that raised it. I was pretty sure.
Oh, that's right. When we finish, we have DLC to do. The only one I vaguely remember is the Halloween DLC. The DLC.
Which one was that?
But I was killing things!
Just like that, no more spiders.
Spider ants. The things of Von Rie's nightmares. Spider anything is the thing of Von Rie's nightmares.
Spiders suck.
What was it in the one game? Spider crabs? I think it was spider crabs.
So many little psychos.
She's gonna come upstairs and hit me now. And Vinny, I knew what you meant.
Just running.
Alright. Alright, just running. Hi. Nope. Woot woot. Level 24.
Hi, name's Scooter. I was named after my sister. Hey, come get you some wheels.
What? Hi, I was named after my sister. Come get you some wheels.
I ain't sure get you right now.
Come on in. I
Hi,
ain't gonna
Scooter.
buy it. I wasn't born in no barn, alright?
Yeah, you were, Scooter.
Actually, I was. But all I'm saying is you don't believe people run around talking about magic doors, spewing out treasure and the like, alright?
Another backpack SD.
Ooh. Those are my favorite. Crimson frequently makes dad jokes now. Can't help it.
It's a little weird. Just saying.
I will take very quick health regeneration. Thank you very much. I didn't get a backpack upgrade. A backpack upgrade.
Hey, you hear when the water's gonna come back
Should've done.
up?
The SNS philosophy is tank plus ammo capacity equals
Welcome back. I told everybody you were gonna come up here and hit me since I talked about crab spiders. I feel like a few people were disappointed that you didn't.
I mean, a little. Because, you know.
I don't think that Vonry has ever actually hit me. Bye, Channel Zero.
Which is what would make it all the funnier.
Oh wait, I guess this is
Get to the vault first. You're gonna need to eliminate the competition.
Why are they shooting at me when you were the one blowing them up?
Because you're the next closest person.
We lost
I am
just
talking.
rags.
The lady with scars where her face should be believes that you and I are looking for the same thing. You should come to me now so I can see the artifact you have recovered.
I've never hit anyone. That can't be true. You've had to have hit somebody.
Careful, there's another bruiser coming around.
Better run.
Catch a ride.
DNA has now been granted clearance to travel within the Rust Commons.
I mean, I may have to make it my mission to scare you enough that you hit me.
That would be amusing.
Here it goes.
I was supposed to say, that's not true. You hit Mika. But that's... I hit Mika. See, every time Vonry's like, never have I ever, and I'm like, oh, wait. We'll fix that.
I mean, I may have hit when I was a toddler, but I've always been a pacifist for as long as I can remember. That's fair. I mean, who really knows what they did a toddler?
Probably get myself a car.
I mean, it's a little ways away.
All by myself.
I sure got you right now.
Let's get
Kind of
out
what
of here.
happens when there's 3 players.
Yeah. Creepily caress me.
Yeah, she does. I am the hitter.
They're all going that way. Sometimes.
I hit the wrong button again. Yeah.
Behind me.
I also want to point out that Miss Pacifists have also put controllers through monitors. For that little bit of information out there.
But I mean, she didn't hit it, right?
She hit a video game character, and I feel like that's pretty violent, okay? At least I don't have to reload. My little cousin asked me to smack him for saying assholey things about my sister, and I still couldn't do it. I mean, but were they true? Your mom gives 0 fucks. I don't need a reason to smack somebody.
Smack them all day long.
Yeah, but those are things, not real people. I only hurt myself by doing that. You hurt a monitor too, so you weren't. There was no innocent victims, or there was no painless victims there. Just want to point that out. Poor monitor didn't deserve that kind of abuse. Oh, you're still moving. You made fun of Sarah's teeth. Well, yeah, that's an asshole. That's being an asshole, straight up.
There's some ammo over here if you guys need it.
Yay!
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Is it time to go to the vault yet?
More over here.
JT can get it.
Get what?
Ammo in the chest over there. Back to your... I hate those stupid racks. You rack.
Dead rat.
3 more coming. A lot more than Trey.
You're from off planet. Smell oddly.
Time to meet Crazy Earl.
We should talk again.
Rude. Yeah.
Anything good?
Siren mod.
Ooh.
You need one? It's level 25. 24% team shield capacity, +2 resilience, +3 inner glow skill.
I have a couple mods. Couple artifacts. Mod or artifact?
It's a mod.
Oh. I have an oh, yeah, I have an artifact, not a mod.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have a mod on.
Yay.
You probably hit 25 before me anyway. I'm only 2 bars into 24.
I am 2.5. Alright.
I'm saying no.
Shit, I'm stuck. No, I'm not. I'm good.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're always ahead of us, JT. We're used to that.
It's JT hacks. JT hacked the game. Do. Hey, I saw another chest. I wonder how one gets through it.
I don't know.
Nope. Huh. Interesting. Boop. Boop.
Oh, I think you get up from this side over here.
There's a lot of quests for this area.
You're a lot of quests for this area. I'll never grow up, it's fine.
Why grow up? It's overrated.
Growing up is stupid.
So, be prepared, fight. Rakishnu. The level 26 Rak. There's
Ow!
fire!
Ow! 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 Holy shit! I wasn't prepared for the fire.
Oh no, there's I. 30 second health. Resistance.
Wait, did I run past you? I did.
There you
I was like, oh, go get JT. Where's JT?
Enjoying your break?
go. Oh, whoa. Gonna back away and switch.
Why me? Why?
I got you. For a second, I thought you were sitting on the toilet.
That would be amusing.
Hurry up,
Thank you.
let's go.
I don't think I could grow up if I wanted to. I don't know how. I mean, I guess I'd have to stop trying to get my daughter to take the pool, though. That's never gonna happen. If you could hold still so I could hit you, that would be better.
Right?
I figured a technique.
Wanna breeze shoot it?
No. Breeze fire hiding the buildings.
Oh. Yeah, that's smart too.
Because it'll still aim at you.
Did you die now?
Kinda like
Yay!
Patricia Tanis, Chief Scientific Advisor, Dahl Corporation, Day 224. The only conversations I have anymore are with this echo recorder. I've developed a relationship with it. Some cycles I sleep with it, and others I make it stay outside of my tent. My waning ability to discern logic from insanity is becoming cumbersome. I've been translating Eridan writings. In between arguing with the recorder, you went off for a few hours during my last sleep cycle. I heard you sneak out. If I were to pontificate, I would infer that the Eridan writings show a class-based society that was quite capable of both leadership and of armed conflict.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's not blow up our car.
Tanis is all sorts of special.
One of my favorite characters is Tanis.
I'm not surprised by that. Chest.
Ooh, I automatically picked that up.
As I work, work, I spend the majority of days having conversations with people that are not there.
Ammo in there.
2 days ago, I explained
Revolver
to my
and
mother
sniper.
how the
Need it.
translation program I was writing would greatly help me understand exactly what all this Eridan text I've been attempting to decipher actually means. My mother has been dead for 15 years. She was never actually interested in science to begin with. I'm unsure if I'm quite to the point of no return, but my stubbornness, which I got from her in the first place, will keep me here putting up with her until I find exactly where the vault is. Or until I drive myself so far off the edge, I do not remember why I was doing this in the first place.
There's lots of ammo down here.
Ammo up here.
I'm actually scared by the amounts of ammo that are here.
I think we've already dealt with the reason for the ammo existing.
It's very hard not to say your mom. Just want to point out how hard it is for me not to say these things.
Hi. I see you. We're not going
Get back
very
to
far.
my car.
No! Get away!
Wasn't actually it.
Oh, my poor tailbone.
Okay. Sorry, they ran into the barrel. It's just.
Day 457. This is exciting. I think I might strip naked and run around to celebrate, but I'll do it during the dim cycle.
If you really want to, go for
fear
it.
of prying eyes. Before
Which is low.
overloading and melting 4 of my computer's 13-qubit operators, my program was able to decipher quite a bit more than I had been able to understand before. It will take a few days to fix, but I was able to find many repeated instances of an event that takes place every 200 years. It's repeated many times with a symbol that looks not unlike a circle with an upside-down V in it. It's possible that this is the vault. And something about the vault happens every 200 years. Tonight, for dinner, I will have eggs.
You may want to get in. It's 500 away.
Come in.
Ooh.
That was not good. Crimson Racks are attacking you.
I see.
That's a badass corrosive one. You know what? Good direction to go.
Did the wrong button again.
Getcha. I think it was safe now. Maybe. Maybe not.
From those anyway.
It's found us.
That was barely worth it.
It's dead. Is it hot again today? Or humid again today?
Benji,
Right?
I know, I thought about that after I said it.
Help! I'm dying here!
oh, I remember that. this place. You have to keep coming back through here. At points in time when it becomes completely trivial. I seem to remember.
I don't remember much of Borderlands 1, unfortunately.
You exploded.
I did explode. I took it out on that guy.
I found the thing. I don't know what it actually is.
Oh, badass psycho. I just suddenly feel very hot sitting upstairs, but I'm also drinking hot coffee, so.
I was gonna say.
Nobody asked you for your logic, JT. Nobody.
Well, you got it
anything
anyway.
like this.
So that's
Give me the money. Don't bunny. Everybody bring in their logic to this mess that I have. Okay. Alright, there's a gun up there, isn't there?
There's two guns. One's gun. Kaboom.
I keep picking up Scooter's car parts.
Yeah, I think there's like more than one quest here. Which is fine.
Get you one. I have a favorite character in 2.
Who beat that?
Sir Hammerlock.
Sir Hammerlock.
I have a very specific reason for that as well.
Voice actor.
Mm-hmm. Same voice actor as Mr. Foster.
J481. It's true. It's all true. My program did it. Program. I'm now certain that the vault is here, and that the symbol has something to do with opening it. I've checked and triple-checked my findings, and it all seems to make sense. It looks like there are extreme measures to keep the vault secure, but that it can be opened every 200 years. The vault's contents must be extremely valuable, maybe better than the Atlas test. But I cannot reveal this information to anyone just yet. If I'm wrong, I'm done, and if I'm right, the suits will claim it. I must find the vault myself. Find.
That's right.
That's not a pistol. Do. Ow. Is that it?
That's miles away. No. I'm just checking the other quests that we have and where they are. Okay. We shall continue finding the journals. That's best course of.
Do 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 do. Boop.
Community was supposed to break yesterday.
Yeah,
Well, hopefully.
It was really bad yesterday. It rained, and everybody thought it was going to make it better, and it made it worse.
Badass Psycho.
It says it's only 73.
Yeah. One of each of the things right now. Oh, grenade.
Day 493. Dahl Corporation just shut down their mining operations here on Pandora. I think they are insane. Or that is, whoever is making the decision is insane. Iridium mining on this planet has been hugely lucrative for Dahl, and has funded my project. It's been especially profitable given how low their labor costs are. I wonder what Dahl will do with all the unpaid convicts they've been using to work their mines. I wonder if any of them will be my friend. What? Why are you always so jealous of me getting new friends? I'm turning you off.
Jealous of her new friends, huh?
Uh-huh. Here we go. Save the
Yep,
day.
mind me. I wonder.
I don't know, but you should move.
Oh, that's Queen Spider.
Yep.
This could get
That's why
interesting.
You should move.
We were moving and everything was fine, and now there are problems.
That works too. Ow.
Well, shit, now we got one of those toxic cracks. I just saw it. Where'd it go?
That away somewhere.
How many shot and blasts to the face can you take?
Apparently we could have done that from up.
Somebody cover me!
I'm fine.
It's fine. This is fine.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
And I think that one... Yeah. Find all the parts for the gun that you're probably way too over-leveled for. Quest.
Let's see what we've got.
Ooh. That's a very nice
Now,
sniper
this
rifle.
is loot.
I always end up picking the sniper up. Somebody else picked it up.
I will take the sniper rifle. Go this way and up and around so I can get to my car. Run faster!
Back at that gun vendor again.
Sorry, I was trying to run you over, but you got in the way.
Oh, it's hilarious. You got the psycho, not me, so it was fine.
Are we ready to
It
travel?
was just funny.
Do you mean are you ready to travel?
Yeah, that's where the next thing.
No! We're doing another quest!
Oh no!
No!
Well, we
I know,
don't
to
know.
cancel
It
11,
tells
but
us
maybe
to
for-
go back here.
Yeah.
This game. Swear. Let's see if I can find all the parts to this gun.
Where are the parts? Because it's not showing on the map.
Just drive to here. Wait, let me come pick you up. I'll just drive to wherever the JT is.
You'll only be able to drive so far.
You can go.
Back through that area where there was the cannons that were shooting at us.
Switch seats with me.
No, that's not what I wanted. Get out of the car. Itch.
Oh, and now a spider and gang show. Okay. I see how it is.
Well, we did kill his queen, so. Bandit killer, wouldn't that make you a killer of bandits?
You'd think. Ow! No, I don't like you. There's a badass fire spitting spider that apparently does a roll. Oh my god.
shoot at its butt. Apparently with the fire things, their butt is where the critical damage happens.
Interesting.
Gotta save JT. Nope, JT saved himself.
Good. We good.
JT's like, I don't need your fucking help.
Fuck all of you.
That suck. Okay. And another.
Henry always paying attention. What weird Kings and Crimson say this time? Don't worry, I got it. Oh no. Well, we have to take your English degree away.
I'm not crazy.
You know what? Fuck you then. You don't want to talk to me, you don't have to talk to me, asshole.
Get your meds here.
Oh wow. Purple storage deck upgrades for that are 60,000 each. I've only found one part to this.
I can't get this other part.
Where is
it? It's up on that thing. It's up on the awning right there. There you go. Yeah. Like you have to jump to the little part right here, I think. Under on top of me.
We'll see how that goes. That's it.
Nice. Whew, I didn't think you were gonna make it. Good job.
Yeah, that's part 2. Where's the rest of them?
Nothing's a real doctor when you got my machines and their scary needles.
Anything on top of that building? In fact, saying that, I can see one from here.
What, the one up the hill?
Yep. That's how that works. The first time you use the incorrect it or there. Gotta take your English degree, I'm sorry. It's in the rules.
Okay, so there's one piece left. Definitely have no clue where it is.
That's right. I misspelled autism a couple days ago and I was like, really, Crimson? Really? I like to put too many eyes in things.
It says it back this way.
It says it just exists here, so...
I see it.
You see it?
It's in this tire.
Yeah. Of course it's got some...
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Let's hand those in first.
Yeah, I was like, really? Could we just not? Oh god. I don't want to fight these things anymore.
You are totally right about shooting them in the butt, though.
Anyone need?
Shooting things in the butt makes everything better.
Don't be shy now. Come on, catch a ride.
Catch a ride!
I think we have to go back. Don't we have to go back that way?
Are you about ready to get rolling?
There's a fast travel thing here.
Oh. Good.
Straight back to New Haven.
Yay! New Haven! Oh god, my butt.
It's like, why don't we use it as soon as we activate the thing? Level 25.
I just keep getting better.
I do keep getting better.
Is there no end to my power?
Okay.
But
My bot just reset and freaked out. Or my chat's just reset to what it was before the stream started.
Weird.
mine does that occasionally if I have to, refresh the page. Even if it's, like, no matter whose channel I'm in, it's weird.
Yeah, but it's done it both on OBS and actually on Mixer as well.
Oh.
It doesn't like you.
Like, it's added the rest of stuff that was there from last time.
Weird.
Interesting.
Wait, you're using Scortbot, right?
No, Streamlabs chatbot.
Ah. I know shit about Streamlabs. Me and Chatbot are not well acquainted.
If he took more than one shot, you weren't using your Jacobs.
Yeah, anytime something's wrong with my chatbot, I make Vonry fix it. Alright, so there is an arm on the floor and an arm on this gurney. Are they from the same person?
I don't know, there's a leg on the floor too. Behind you, right here.
And there's a de-fleshed hand. Zed,
What do you want? Spit it out.
Another leg.
I got some questions.
I think everybody has Zed, to be fair.
That'll do for now.
70.
There's another leg. Those look like the same
So
boots
loud.
and the same gloves, so all we need is a torso and a head and we're jamming. Oh, there's a skull here.
Maybe that's...
Claptrap. Claptrap, where's the... I'm talking to you! Get back here! Where's the... You bitch. People are getting murdered here! You have some questions to answer.
I don't like this. This is making me nervous. Take a deep breath. can't breathe. This is just a recording of someone breathing. It's not real. It's making me more nervous.
Alright.
This isn't working.
He needs medication. Somebody has tampered with that claptrap. Somebody gave the robot anxiety. Look what you did. You gave the monkey anxiety. You kick a perfectly good monkey. OSHA will be hearing about this. You took a perfectly good monkey and you gave it anxiety. Look.
Little scrapyard.
Hi, Wonder J.
Wonder J. Much appreciated. There we do it.
What's up, Wonder J? How's it going?
Come on in and take
Excuse me. Caffeine crash.
Do that one.
That's amazing, Wonder J. I'm happy to hear that.
Let's get our feet out of the dust.
I mean, I have some time, but I don't have time. Can we go kill the things now?
Well, sort of. Probably.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Trying to remember which way we go. So no, it's over there.
That's what I was looking up when you drove off, so I thought you knew where you were going.
Your last day at Walmart was yesterday. You start your new job Tuesday. That's awesome.
Yay!
What's your new job, Jay?
Yeah, no.
I'm not following you anymore.
They ever mentioned that my sense of direction is actually not like
Customer service rep? Nice. Like on the phones or in a store?
Well, GG for that.
Phone and email? Nice. I did that. I've done that at a few places. I prefer the email. People on the phone can just be rude because they can't see you.
Yeah.
But email, they can be as rude as they want. It doesn't phase.
That's right, I'm checking on maps. Wreck. I'm guessing we can't. Oh.
Yeah, we went through here earlier. Very carefully, can. To then where we cannot.
Yeah, it was literally right there, so. We good. They're nice.
There's a psycho behind you, person.
I can hear it. I was trying to just ignore it and kill everything else, but...
Okay, well, it was chasing me. Die! Thank you.
Now you're dead.
I'll be honest with you.
You're dead.
That's what I was trying to
More travel!
Yay! I forgot.
I've discovered the scrapyard. Hooray!
I forgot to do my giveaway last week.
Oh.
So I
Skags.
Aww. I missed the Skags. Not.
I have something for you, JT. Hold on. Saved your life. Really?
I'd have sold that personally. Yeah, you'll be kind of glad with the one I do have. It's +5 team health regen. And the rest is stuff for me. It's the same level as well. If you want to sell that, then
No, you can have it and sell it. Not like it matters to
fair
me.
enough.
Give me goods.
Hold on, get out. 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 Yeah, you saw that too.
Don't blow me up. I don't want to blow up.
Well, that's not how this game works.
What? What?
You remember this guy?
What you want?
I do. Your face is way too big,
What
though.
you want?
Oh my goodness. There's a giant in there.
Look it, I ain't talking you about Jack Monkey Squat till you get rid of all them
Jack Monkey Squat.
I love that.
Everything here. This is a level 22 quest.
Ooh.
So this should be, I wouldn't say easy, but no, relatively.
You tell that to the badass spider ant corruptor.
Let my grenades get it up.
I'll tell it to his ass.
Shoot it in the butt!
But yeah.
That's right, you turn around.
Like that. Siren.
I don't know if I have that one yet. I do have a corrosive one. Here you go, Escadelia. Where are you?
Right behind you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Apparently I was.
This guy!
Well,
Nice, check that out.
Yeah, look at that. Crimson's on fire again.
Yeah, I'm typically on fire. The problem is my new abilities have the chance of randomly setting off barrels next to me.
Oh. So don't stand next to you. Got it. Ow!
you mean like that?
Yep.
I don't think I can jump over there, but I feel like you're supposed to be able to. Maybe from over here.
Oh, where?
Could be a chest. With a rocket launcher.
Take the grenades. Oh, one of them. Many.
Is the only way down to go all the way down?
Yeah, probably.
There's a
Better
ramp.
down here.
There's a ramp that you all could take.
Not where we were. Badass fire skag. We jumped to get loot. Stop trying to light me on fire. I don't want to be on fire. I don't understand why it hasn't moved, but thank you for just standing there and taking my shots.
Oh come on! I killed him and then I died.
I got
Really?
I got the second one from him.
The matter this fire skag is on my face. Thank you.
Look at this.
Ooh, what'd you get?
I don't know, it was purple, I picked it up.
Nice.
I don't even know what level it is. 90. Might A be it with the one I've got currently. To move somewhere where I'm not being shot.
Oh, you don't want to be shot?
Not right this.
That was cool.
Ooh, free me. Seems you have to go all the way around and then up.
That's an armored skag. That is a giant armored skag.
Cover me. Out of ammo.
Only you. Sorry. I'm like amped up on caffeine. I'm amped up on caffeine, but feel like I could go to sleep at any moment.
I probably could.
That's an awkward place to be.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, through that. This is fine.
Excuse me. I like how I said excuse me, I changed weapons, and the next weapon was a rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Like, that's how offended I was. Like, fine.
That goes. Well, next week comes.
No ammo.
I know it's for. Just open the box.
Don't you run at me.
Here we go.
I've got an entourage all of a sudden.
Ouch.
I am neither squealing nor are you cooking me. Fucking punch you in the face for that.
Oh, I
don't even
see there's a
care.
badass bruiser up top.
Ow.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
Damn it, I missed.
Did that not get you up?
No, because I didn't get the last shot.
I was trying to kite it for you.
I appreciate it. Malachi, or Mordecai, don't you get on my damn nerves. I was trying to see if there was a way for us to get up there to deal with them, but there isn't.
Yes. There is.
That has the cruiser just fell off.
Drop anything nice. Oh great, there's another one behind me.
Like, of course there is.
Yeah. And he's between you and me. So this is only going to end well. Oh hi.
There we go.
Playing around.
If he wants to run and hide in this building because no hell.
Alright, he's dead. Ba-da-doo. Alright, look you cannibal fucks. Stop trying to eat people.
They're hungry.
But it's unsanitary.
Well, shit, look at that.
This is true.
There's loot in here. Oh, that's how we get
Sniper rifle, hunter thing. Ooh, I like me some rifles. Is this rifle better?
Tell you what, we're still in there somewhere. Hit up almost.
Try that for a little bit. See, ooh, see how I like it? I had the hiccups last night while I was making dinner. I was so mad. Because I usually just hold my breath and I'm good. Nope.
It didn't work.
No. As if they were specifically like, you know what, the hell with you and everything you stand for. So eventually I had to chug water until, like, because usually I just hold my breath until, like, that, like, fight to breathe starts to kick in. And the hiccups go away. It's like, it's as if, like, I panicked them into, like, oh god, we're gonna die, stop! Haha! But last night they called my bluff. And I was hiccuping while holding my breath, so I had to chug water until my body was like, oh god, we're gonna die, we can't breathe! And then I stopped hiccuping.
Oh jeez.
So I basically scare my body into knocking it off.
I mean, whatever works, I guess, right?
Well, they said scare the hiccups out. They just I'm not doing it in a new conventional way. I've done that to Lily though. She hates it. She like have hiccups all day, and I'll like jump out on the corner and like I'll try and scare her. And she's like, "Stop! Stop, Mama!" Mama's just trying to get rid of your hiccups. No, Mama.
We're leaving this area now?
We have a choice. We either do a quest that is now trivial to us, which is a level 21 quest, or we do the one you just gave us, which is a level 23 quest.
It doesn't matter, man.
Fuck you, Skags!
Ew.
I'm gonna say both of them lead us out of here.
Either way, we only have 13 minutes left.
Yeah, that's... I think we'll get this one done. Possibly.
First aid kit. You won't regret it.
No, thank you, Mama. That's right.
Ain't a real doctor when you got my machines in there scaring needles.
Press that button.
Like, what is happening?
If you need healing, step right up. Get your meds here.
Just trying to figure out if I want to buy this Catalyst mod. 20% team cooldown reduction plus 2 Phoenix skill.
Better than what you've got?
A little bit, but it's also 82,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Stop doing that. Keep thinking we're under attack again. Emma.
I'll buy it because I have 256,000.
Yeah, I have the money for it. I just
First aid kit and you won't regret it.
All right, I'm good. Bloop. Oh. What a weird week it's been. I'm hoping next week's much better.
Oh, hi, friends.
Let's teach them a
Oh, you're gonna teach who a lesson? I'm sorry, excuse me? Look at the way you're dressed. You ain't gonna teach me shit. That's right. Die by fire. You're not stripping nothing, you're not salting nothing. You're just gonna lay there and die. Death by I'm over your bullshit.
They say don't follow me.
Well, no, I don't follow Crimson.
You don't follow me, why?
Because you always lead me to death.
I do. I am the angel of death, don't follow me. Because I run up into bandits' faces.
Funny thing about selling. Everyone needs to buy, but no one wants to be sold. Not everyone has the knack for selling, you know. Take you, for instance. You always accept the
Yes,
price
it should
as
be
is.
better.
You don't even try to negotiate. If you find that vault, you're going to need a partner who knows how to sell.
Oh, I didn't.
A partner like
Entirely by accident.
Nice. Ouch. Oh shit, hi Spider King. And down, because they cornered me. There's a king and a queen. So there's that.
Oh wow, the reload on this is Icelandic really slow.
Well, an absolute
Oh, thank
Ooh.
I'm gonna meet somebody from Iceland and I'm gonna ask them. Like, well, my friend JT. I'm making fun of y'all.
The basic life over there is slow. Nice place, but very, very slow pace of life.
Another queen.
Yeah.
I have things to do, die. Thank you.
Kaboom. They're gonna keep spawning, I think.
Yeah, I think we should just run.
Gonna push through it.
Alrighty then. All together now, all together now, all together now.
Don't mind me, I was leveling up.
JT with them hacks.
Damn it. Crimson, run away from him if you can.
Eeny miny, you're still still. Good, too close. I quite like this rocket launcher. I mean, the problem I have with it, reload on it is way too slow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, you're me scared? Alright, bitch. Come here. I'm gonna punch it again.
Kaboom. Wow. Okay.
Bunch of
I've never
low
seen
level
anything
pistols.
like this.
What are we wowing?
There's ammo if you guys need it.
I think I always need ammo.
There's another one of those at the end of the pit here.
Teacher's Landing. I thought it said Teacher's Landing, and I was like, what?
Do we have time to do this? We have 5 minutes.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I was say because it just
Tell you
saved
what.
when we did that, right?
I was gonna say, approach that. Make sure that that activates, and should be relatively good.
Yay!
They don't really tend to activate until we get in there.
Alright.
So.
I'm gonna switch to chatting. I'm gonna run. I'll be right back.
Okay.
When everybody else drops out. Whoop. So in the
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Just in time to exit.
Oh, I have to click on it first.
Actually, oh. If I view the log, that might.
Uh-oh.
Spaghetti-O?
Web captioner at some point died and I didn't notice. Oops.
A couple of people to raid.
Oh no,
Hi,
Smythe, you're too
Smythe.
late. But hi.
Hi, Smythe.
We hurt your
Stick around.
face.
Stick around for a minute.
How was your vacation, Smythe?
Couple of.
Aw, I missed you too.
Choices are Paladin or Forza.
Paladins.
You're the
To be
only
honest,
one here who
you
likes
never get a
Forza.
chance to raid them.
Yeah, that person's not usually on.
I'm down with that.
Is it who I think it is? My computer hates shutting down again.
Is with family, so you tell me. I mean, it's exhausting, so I understand that. Totally understand. I hope that you guys all have fun weekend. I'm gonna go to the gym and then drink some tequila. So
nice.
Because those things go together well.
It seems very counterproductive, but you do you.
Yeah, fairly opposites.
I mean, I wasn't the one that chose it. I was just told, "Hey, come down," and we're okay. Sure. I don't think anybody said for.
No.
There are a couple people, but I'm fine. I'm fine with paladins.
Okay. This is my bot
awesome.
behavior.
What's our raid tag today? Are we doing a raid tag?
I Oh, well, that just says, nah, you're numb.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it. Oh, I actually don't have an opinion on. Wait, I'm reading somebody else's chat.
I was like, wait,
was
who's
like-
talking about PlayStation 4?
They're right next to each other. I have both screens. There's my chat on OBS, and then there's chat on the PS. I'm like, just proof it's typed.
Okay.
Hashtag Friday killing or something. I don't know. Friday killing.
I don't remember what one was from that.
Hold on.
I won't have to scroll up very far because my chat said Oh. No.
Oh yeah, because that was the charity thing. So, I mean, Andy would probably be amused by that. But
amused by what? I'm sorry, you guys are breaking up terribly, so I'm only getting part of it. Or nothing at all. I need to remember to reset my router.
Oh, I don't think she can hear us.
I can kind of hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I didn't catch half of what you said. It all came through very
We just need a raid tag.
Yeah, I'm working on a raid tag.
Okay.
Ooh, play on con.
Just for the. Haven't been able to go for the past 2 years? 2 or 3 years? I'm not entirely sure. Where's you two? Been a while.
What about this one?
I love it.
Yeah, that works.
Alright. So we're gonna raid Andy and we're gonna raid with Best Bish. Alright. I love your faces. I will be back Monday during the day on Real Women Gaming. Depending on how my weekend goes. We'll see. I'm having a weekend. We'll see what happens. We are starting our Sunday game. There's nothing Saturday night. Bonri's streaming tonight.
Just streaming, Bonri.
Is it Layers of Fear?
Said Realm Royale yesterday.
Okay. I want her to play. I want her to play the game.
I think she's playing with someone tonight.
Oh right, she's playing with Pun. Fine. I'll just pout, but that's fine. Alright, I love your faces. Be kind to yourself. Do wonderful things. Make sure you follow Ascadelia and It's JT on Twitter to know when they are going to go live. That's all I got.
Love you guys. Have a good weekend.
Love your face. Bye.
Bye.